What's up, cool people? Welcome to another study stream Saturday. Yeah, pretty much the typical stuff gonna be going on here. One thing that maybe I should note before we get too far into this today, um, probably next week and possibly other weeks in the near future, I might have to kind of combine the two separate streams that I usually do each week. Normally, on Thursdays, I have a specifically gaming focused live stream where I'm recording stuff for my Let's Play series stuff that I plan on putting out eventually. And then Saturday, of course, I do Bible study that's recorded, and then just kind of have some chill gaming time afterwards. Well, the the chill gaming time after the Bible study might also have to become recording sessions, because basically I've got physical therapy planned at least this coming Thursday at a time that makes it potentially a little awkward to try and fit in a live stream in amongst other plans. So, I don't know. I'm still not 100% sure any of this is going to be necessary, but it might be. So I just thought I'd give you fair warning. Also, sorry. I don't know why. It felt like I got a hair on my tongue. Anywho. So yeah, I can provide more details on that possibility as things occur. It pretty much depends on, first of all, if the physical therapy sessions are going to, continually be on Thursdays, and if a certain other thing that I would do on Thursday, if at all, ends up happening week to week. The second part is a little less certain because, well, I mean, neither part's really all that certain, come to think of it, but, yeah. Anyway, I've been kind of meeting up for lunch with somebody I know from church on Thursdays, and so if there's that usually takes me, from like roughly 12 to 1 on those days, and then like the physical therapy, at least this coming week, is planned to start at 3 p.m. So like 2 hours isn't really long enough for me to fit in to fit enough gaming for what I would want out of a full-blown live stream. I would have to rush the recordings, bare minimum, in order to make it fit that time frame. But anyway, okay, I digress. Enough updating and talking about future plans and whatnot. So yeah, one more thing before I really get going with the live stream. I almost always forget to turn on my ad blocker, but I figure maybe I should do that just in case. Although, I doubt it'll really be all that necessary today, but whatever. Okay, so, also, before I get into the Bible study, I gotta pop out the kick chat. And once again, it leaves me wondering, well, just having separate windows for this kind of stuff really kind of makes me wonder if I could just like, copy that sort of stuff and have that within the recording window, but whatever. Anyway, I think I am ready to go then and start getting into Bible study stuff here. So, yeah, I'll hop on in and just yeah, I might do more than 2 chapters. I'm gonna do at least 2, but I might do more than 2. Just depends on how events go and how my throat holds up. I'm going to intentionally try maybe not to be quite as loud during this stuff in order to give myself a better chance at doing more than 2 chapters. But anyway, we'll just have to wait and see. Anywho, let's get rolling. All right. So we're looking at Deuteronomy chapter 22 right now. For a little bit of context, because I feel like it's related, the last subheading in the last chapter was just titled Various Regulations. So, like, you know, I'm pretty sure this first section of chapter 22 here is going to be more various regulations. But yeah, still Moses giving encouragement, suggestions, commands, all that kind of stuff for basically before the Israelites go into the Promised Land to take it over and settle in it and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. I think that's all I got for context. So, here we go. Deuteronomy 22. If you see your neighbor's ox or sheep or goat wandering away, don't ignore your responsibility. Take it back to its owner. If its owner does not live nearby, or you don't know who the owner is, take it to your place and keep it until the owner comes looking for it. Then you must return it. Do the same if you find your neighbor's donkey, clothing, or anything else your neighbor loses. Don't ignore your responsibility. Okay, so basically just like... So there's a couple of things, I guess, related to this. Number one, if you find something belonging to your neighbor, don't just ignore it, because, like, somebody else with more malicious intent could snag it, or an animal could destroy whatever is in question, or, I mean, in the case of clothing or other belongings, like the wind could carry it away. So, don't just ignore something that you come across and you know belongs to your neighbor. Sorry, I had to do a quick thing with chat stuff there. But, okay, so that's the first part of it, kinda. Second part is if it's, you know, an animal or something like that, there might be, you know, some taking care of it that would need to be done. Just because, you know, you don't want the animal to die while in your possession, because you're trying to keep that safe for your neighbor. Also, like, the kind of a third part is don't try and keep it for yourself then. You know it's not yours. You know it belongs to your neighbor. Like, finders keepers does not apply in this situation. In fact, honestly, for the most part, that's sort of a terrible notion. But point is, don't get too attached and or start thinking that it's yours too much. Now, if it becomes a really long time and your neighbor still doesn't really come to get it, maybe they've forgotten about it or whatever, or they don't really miss it that bad. So then, like, maybe, I don't know. It's maybe kind of sort of yours. But again, there shouldn't be an expectation that it's yours, especially not really early on. Anyway. Okay. Moving on to verse 4. If you see that your neighbor's donkey or ox has collapsed on the road, do not look the other way. Go and help your neighbor get it back on its feet. Kind of a similar notion of just being helpful. Although this is more specifically, your neighbor's present and you're directly helping them. Okay, verse 5. A woman must not put on men's clothing, and a man must not wear women's clothing. Anyone who does this is detestable in the sight of the Lord your God. Now, this is one of those things where slightly controversial today. In fact, I was just watching a video about, like, school dress codes, or just dress codes in general, and people intentionally doing things like this just in order to point out the flaws of said dress code. So, like, I'm not going to say any and all instances of this are bad. Also, I wonder if this was one of those commands that was more so like, there are people around you who do this, and God doesn't like what those people are doing. It is a symbol of the things that they do that God doesn't like. Therefore, you don't do it. There's just, I guess, like, keep that in mind as we're reading through these and realize that that may have been the real motivation for some of these commands. Almost akin to, like, whether or not something actually represents, gang violence or some other controversial topic. School dress codes want to avoid articles of clothing that might represent those things just because they want no association with the obvious thing that is not okay. But anyway, plus there's a little bit of crossover nowadays. A little bit. I'm not going to say a ton, but, like, jeans. Granted, there's usually stuff that's specifically designed for women and stuff more so designed for men, but, like, it's not, I don't know. It's not like I'd put that stuff entirely out of the question. So anyway, moving on to verse 6 now. If you happen to find a bird's nest in a tree or on the ground, and there are young ones or eggs in it with the mother sitting in the nest, do not take the mother with the young. You may take the young, but let the mother go, so that you may prosper and enjoy a long life. So, most of us nowadays tend to think of this being like the opposite thing around, where it's like, there's kind of that, I don't know if rumor is quite the best word, but that thought that gets floated around that says, oh, you can't touch you can't touch the baby chicks or whatever. I don't know if chicks is quite the right word for all birds, but anyway, you can't touch the baby birds because, like, the mother is gonna smell your scent and it'll cause the mother to abandon her young. That's not necessarily true from what I've heard, but this this is kind of saying the opposite. It's like don't take the mother away, and I am not really sure what the thought process is there, other than, you know, the mother is already, you know, a grown adult animal that could, you know, still produce more offspring, I guess, or something. I don't know. And the young ones, it's not really as sure yet. Again, most of us would tend to kind of think the opposite, where it's like, okay, if we're wanting to spare anything in this situation, we would think, okay, spare the young one, because they still have, you know, a very full life ahead of them to potentially live out. But also, like, if you take the mother away from the young, you're leaving the young defenseless. Whereas, if you take even, I mean, maybe not if you took all the young, but if you took some of the young and left the mother, then the mother's still there to, you know, help raise whichever young birds are left. So I guess maybe that's the thought process there. Okay. Verse 8. When you build a new house, you must build a railing around the edge of its flat roof. That way you will not be considered guilty of murder if someone falls from the roof. Because I guess going up to the roof was common. Especially, I mean, I could see it being more common with flat roofs. There are a lot of houses nowadays that don't have flat roofs. But, yeah, I mean, you've got examples in other places in the Bible of people going up to the roof for certain purposes. So, yeah, I guess just trying to help keep people safe. Sorry. Oh, man. It's that afternoon tiredness. I don't know what it is. Anyway. Okay, on to verse 9. You must not plant any other crop between the rows of your vineyard. If you do, you are forbidden to use either the grapes from the vineyard or the other crop. Okay, I mean, there's probably also some practicality in this because, like, if you're mixing crops in, especially in a vineyard, which is specifically designated to grow grapes, then, like, could mess up the way the grapes grow, or but I think part of the reason for this is that, like, there's supposed to be room to get between them and ultimately leave, you know, poor folks with the potential to go through and, like, pick some of the grapes for themselves just to kind of try and stay alive. I mean, there's other possibilities there, but that's what seems like the most likely primary motivation to me. Anyway, verse 10. You must not plow with an ox and a donkey harnessed together. It's uneven workload is what makes the most sense there to me. You must not wear clothing made of wool and linen woven together. Why specifically wool and linen, I don't know, but, I mean, they are fairly different fabrics as well. And this is one of the... there's a fair number of these things where it's like... kind of makes me glad this isn't necessarily expected of us today. And verse 12 says, "You must put 4 tassels on the hem of the cloak with which you cover yourself, on the front, back, and sides." I mean, most of us don't cover ourselves with cloaks these days, so it's kind of irrelevant. Not entirely sure why that was the case with the 4 tassels, to be honest with you. So anyway, moving along to the next subsection, starting with verse 13. "Suppose a man marries a woman, but after sleeping with her, he turns against her and publicly accuses her of shameful conduct, saying, 'When I married this woman, I discovered she was not a virgin.' Then the woman's father and mother must bring the proof of her virginity to the elders as they hold court at the town gate. Her father must say to them, 'I gave my daughter to this man to be his wife, and now he has turned against her. He has accused her of shameful conduct, saying, I discovered that your daughter was not a virgin. But here is the proof of my daughter's virginity.' Then they must spread her bedsheet before the elders. The elders must then take the man and punish him. They must also fine him 100 pieces of silver, which he must pay to the woman's father, because he publicly accused a virgin of Israel of shameful conduct. The woman will then remain the man's wife, and he may never divorce her." Okay, so there's a lot in this that really doesn't make so much sense with modern times. And I'm not even going to claim to be able to make sense of the majority of it. But the obvious part is, like, okay, if you're making a false accusation, that deserves some sort of punishment. And then I guess there's the fine that is sort of part of the punishment, but it also says that in addition to, quote, punishing him. So, I'm not quite sure what the punishment then would be, other than, I mean, it previously, or did it, I don't know, sorry, brain all over the place. But there is mention at some point of, punishments with lashes and whatnot, whipping type of stuff. So maybe that was the undescribed punishment in question. But, yeah. Anyway. Do a bad thing, get bad results. Especially if it's found out that you've done that. And then it's like, even further, it says, well, now because you've tried to do her wrong, you don't have the option of divorcing her anymore. Because it's clear you have not the best intentions for this woman. So your divorce would just possibly make her situation even worse. Although nowadays, it might not necessarily be practical to stay in a relationship like that. Although, today the woman has the ability to divorce the husband if the situation is actually like abusive or anything like that. But long story short, it's like, well, okay, if a claim about this is made, there needs to be some sort of evidence one way or the other. In fact, I think it's going to get into that a little bit more. So maybe I should read on before I, start talking about more details of the proceedings related to this. So, verse 20. But suppose the man's accusations are true, and he can show that she was not a virgin. The woman must be taken to the door of her father's home, and there the men of the town must stone her to death, for she has committed a disgraceful crime in Israel by being promiscuous while living in her parents' home. In this way, you will purge this evil from among you. So, it kind of implies here that, first off, that, a divorced woman potentially would not remarry. Or at the very least, in all this, that, like, if the assumption going into the marriage is that the woman's a virgin, and it turns out not to be the case, then, yeah, there was some sort of promiscuity going on. And because of the time frame and really trying to set God's people apart in their, behavior in particular, then, yeah, that was not really okay among God's people. And still, generally, like, even if it's allowed nowadays, it's often not particularly beneficial. It can definitely complicate things. So, whatever the case happens to be, if a man makes these accusations, there has to be some sort of, way of being able to testify to that. I'm not 100% sure what that would be. In the case of it being false, it specifically mentioned bed sheets. I'm not sure I want to get too much into detail of what the possibilities could be there. So maybe I shouldn't dwell on that too much, but yeah. Proof had to be shown one way or the other, and then the either punishment for the man or for the woman would ensue. So anyway, it's moving on to verse 22. If a man is discovered committing adultery, both he and the woman must die. In this way, you will purge Israel of such evil. Again, just straight up this is in the realm of being promiscuous that God absolutely did not tolerate at this time. And honestly, I'm pretty sure it's still something that God would not really approve of. It's more so with, like, divorce and remarriage and different things like that today's culture brings some things into question. But that's only kind of tangentially related. Don't really need to get into that too much at the moment. Okay. Verse 23. Suppose a man meets a young woman, a virgin who is engaged to be married, and he has sexual intercourse with her. If this happens within a town, you must take both of them to the gates of that town and stone them to death. The woman is guilty because she did not scream for help. The man must die because he violated another man's wife. In this way, you will purge this evil from among you. So, I guess the not screaming for help kind of implies that the woman wanted it and or was part of the, sexual deviance, aka promiscuity. And I guess that's why she gets stoned to death in this case. Because again, it's saying if it happens within a town. We'll get to what happens outside of a town here in a bit. But, like, if it's within a town and she was screaming, somebody would probably be able to hear her. And of course the man just violated another man's wife. Not okay. Yeah. So then, More on that kind of situation in verse 25. But if the man meets the engaged woman out in the country and he rapes her, then only the man must die. Do nothing to the young woman. She has committed no crime worthy of death. She is as innocent as a murder victim. Since the man raped her out in the country, it must be assumed that she screamed, but there was no one to rescue her. So, yeah. Kind of gives the benefit of the doubt to the woman there. But I mean, it's, with the assumed situation here, it's kind of like the man initiating it is obviously at fault. But, okay, here's the modern twist I would also add to this, just because of, current culture and situations. Like, reverse the roles. And I would still apply the same. I would then apply the man's punishment in this situation to the woman, and vice versa. Because, like, in this broken world in which we live, that's a thing that happens. Women also end up, I mean, it used the word rape here, so I'm not going to shy away from it. Women also end up raping young men sometimes. Possibly even older men, although that's less likely. But still, the big thing I would say is that the initiator is, in all circumstances, due punishment and is definitely doing what's wrong in God's eyes. The one who's not initiating, if they go along with it, then this basically states that they're also deserving of punishment. But if, if they resisted, or it can't be verified that they didn't resist, basically meaning there's some possibility that they did, then, like, there's not any fault there. They were the ones who were forced into a situation that they didn't want to be in. Anyway, a couple more verses here to wrap up the chapter and this kind of awkward topic. Anyway, verse 28. Suppose a man has intercourse with a young woman who is a virgin, but is not engaged to be married. If they are discovered, he must pay her father 50 pieces of silver. Then he must marry the young woman because he violated her, and he may never divorce her as long as he lives. A man must not marry his father's former wife, for this would violate his father. Okay, so that's all the verses in the chapter. So, I guess because the young woman is not engaged or married in this case, then I guess there was, an emphasis on relational purity, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, and loyalty, especially related to the women. Like, their virginity was, held with special regard, and, violating that and then trying to be rid of such a woman was not really okay, because then that made it so she, at least in, the culture of that day, it made it so she wasn't really suitable for a future husband because of the emphasis on that purity. I just realized I missed all the footnotes along the way. Up here early on, as far as the whole sheep or goat wandering away, footnote says don't hide yourself rather than don't ignore your responsibility. It's still kind of the same notion of like don't shy away from helping out in that situation. Footnote B down here, Hebrew says 100 shekels of silver, so it's just more specifically which pieces were in question here. And then, let's see. Footnote C is down here at the 50 pieces of silver. Again, that's 50 shekels. Which had more so to do with the weight than the value. Because the value could have changed, but a shekel was still a shekel. And footnote here, verse 22:30 is numbered 23:1 in the Hebrew text. And I guess whenever we get to the next chapter, that will perhaps make it a little clearer why it's separated here, at least in this version, quite possibly in other versions of the Bible. Oh yeah, the whole thing about, marrying father's former wife. First off, that's just kind of awkward. Second, in a lot of cases, at least, that former wife could very well have been your mother. But even if it wasn't your mother, there was still, kind of almost a stepmother relation there, at least. So, that's still not really okay. Stepmother was still very much considered motherly figure. Especially in these days when there could have been, multiple wives of one husband, and, both of them could have, helped with household responsibilities and other things. If the father did have multiple wives, they would have all still been part of the same family, often living under one roof. So, yeah, just all kinds of weird and awkwardness around that. And, it's not surprising then that God would not be so okay with that. Also, father and son marrying the same woman would also relate a bit back to that whole purity thing, where that was held in high regard. So yeah, not really a good thing. God was not okay with it, especially in this context. But anyway, I guess that wraps up my thoughts on Deuteronomy chapter 22. Okay, also, I didn't want to put too much time into acknowledging it, but what the heck? Random person up in the kick chat just coming out the gate with obscenities. That was what I had to pause for a second, because I was like, okay, no, the fact that they led off with that, I'm just like, nope, I probably don't want anything to do with this person. Especially on... Look, I don't claim to be the most family-friendly of channels, but, I still draw a line at some things. And, yeah, no. It didn't look like there was any bad intentions there, but it just, no. honestly, I probably would have, if such a person came up to me in real life and said something like that, well, first off, I wouldn't have been able to avoid directly responding so easily, but also, like, I almost would have been more inclined to engage the person anyway and be like, okay, hey, what's up? Like, can I help you? So, yeah. Well, there's a first for everything. That was my first kick chat ban. Anywho, I guess that's a good reason, or I guess that makes it kind of better for me, not necessarily capturing in my recordings the chat window. Because, yeah, then there would be stuff like that coming up that I would have to edit around. Anywho, okay. Time to move on to the next chapter of Bible study. Now that that's out of the way. Here we go. Alright, so now we're looking at Deuteronomy chapter 23. More commands from Moses. That's really all you need to know. Moses giving commands to the young generation of Israelites before they head into the promised land. And basically saying, hey, this is how God wants you to live. So that you'll be set apart from the other people groups. Anyway, right off the bat, I'll actually address this footnote here. Verses 23, 1 to 25 are numbered 23, 2 to 26 in the Hebrew text. Because the Hebrew text, I guess, originally included the last verse of what is chapter 22 in here, which was the whole thing about a man not marrying his father's former wife. But that seems less so related to this general subsection of things, which is probably why it's separated the way that it is in this version and probably many other modern versions. Anywho, okay, with that out of the way, here we go. Deuteronomy chapter 23. If a man's testicles are crushed or his penis is cut off, he may not be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. Not entirely sure why that would be the case, gotta be honest with ya. There might have been something at the time where some other people group intentionally did things like this as an act of worship to their deities. I don't know. But yeah, you'd almost think the guy would need God all the more. So, yeah. Don't really know what the deal is with that. I'll just move on. Because I don't really have an explanation for it. Verse 2. If a person is illegitimate by birth, neither he nor his descendants for 10 generations may be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. Now, I assume when it says illegitimate, it means, like, born out of wedlock. Because otherwise I have no clue what it means by illegitimate there. That's usually what it means when you talk about an illegitimate child. It's not saying, oh, this isn't really a child. It's saying, oh, this is not the child of this married couple here. So, for 10 generations, that's quite a while But again, purity standards were kind of big back then. So, plus, again, just separating God's people of this time from others. Nowadays, I would say, again, that, like, this kind of person might need God all the more. So, yay, Jesus, for coming along and not necessarily requiring us all to hold to all of these standards. Anyway, verse 3. No Ammonite or Moabite or any of their descendants for 10 generations may be admitted to the assembly of the Lord. These nations did not welcome you with food and water when you came out of Egypt. Instead, they hired Balaam, son of Beor, from Pethor in distant Aram Naharaim to curse you. Sorry, it's just lots of in that name. Yeah, Aram Naharaim. Anyway, but the Lord your God refused to listen to Balaam. He turned the intended curse into a blessing because the Lord your God loves you. As long as you live, you must never promote the welfare and prosperity of the Ammonites or Moabites. That one makes sense. There's even some explanation for it in there. Like, these peoples were hostile, or at the very least unwelcoming, to the Israelites as they were leaving Egypt. So, yeah, like, understandable. God didn't want the people who treated the Israelites poorly to be included in, worship at his tabernacle/temple. Then verse 7, kind of on the flip side, do not detest the Edomites or the Egyptians, because the Edomites are your relatives, and you lived as foreigners among the Egyptians. The third generation of Edomites and Egyptians may enter the assembly of the Lord. So they still weren't allowed, I guess, because they're still not directly God's people, but, they weren't as... I don't know. I mean, the Egyptians treated the Israelites pretty harshly, although one could argue that was more so the pharaohs of Egypt than the common Egyptians. But still, they had close experiences and or relations to the Edomites and the Egyptians. Therefore, they weren't as frowned upon, and therefore not as, not as banned, I guess, or at least not banned as harshly or for as long in their bloodline from worshiping in God's assembly. Okay. Back to some more miscellaneous regulations. Yippee. Love these portions. Verse 9. When you go to war against your enemies, be sure to stay away from anything that is impure. Any man who becomes ceremonially defiled because of a nocturnal emission must leave the camp and stay away all day. Toward evening he must bathe himself, and at sunset he may return to the camp. Okay, for a second I thought maybe those were going to be related. They're definitely not. But staying away from stuff that's impure. I mean, it's deemed impure, so, like, kinda duh. And other stuff about just being ceremonially unclean, not touching other things and making those also ceremonially unclean, and then, having to wash to make the man clean again for that part of things. Okay, verse 12. You must have a designated area outside the camp where you can go relieve yourself. Each of you must have a spade as part of your equipment. Whenever you relieve yourself, dig a hole with the spade and cover the excrement. The camp must be holy, for the Lord your God moves around in your camp to protect you and to defeat your enemies. He must not see any shameful thing among you, or he will turn away from you. That kind of makes me wonder a little bit about, that section kind of relating to war situations as well. Because they wouldn't necessarily have had camps all the time once they settled into the promised land. So I think it was more so when they camp out for war, and or, in the situation that they were in before heading into the promised land. It's like, all right, God's presence is deemed to be moving among them. In fact, I think they usually took, well, I don't know about usually, but like, I'm pretty sure there are times when it's documented that they took the Ark of the Covenant with them to the battle camp in order to, have God with them, so to speak. So, with God's presence being there, then it's kind of a holy ground sort of situation. Thus, not being okay to relieve themselves on what would be dubbed holy ground. So yeah, that's what makes the most sense of that to me. Again, like, even if it wasn't the Ark of the Covenant, there would have been something that they were supposed to take with them as a sign of, God being with them in the battle. So, yeah, this was not just a, like, modern day camp where, hey, we're going out camping and having a good time. No, this was probably a battle camp, but definitely something with a signifier of God's presence there. So anyway, moving on to verse 15. If slaves should escape from their masters and take refuge with you, you must not hand them over to their masters. Let them live among you in any town they choose, and do not oppress them. You would assume that, the slave leaving a master would have a significant reason for doing so. Thus, not handing them back over to their oppressor. Like, they're trying to escape oppression, probably. So, like, don't keep them in a bad situation. Whether by giving them back to their master or by just putting them in another bad situation. And with slavery, I don't know, like, I wonder how much this was common practice, say, back in, like, Civil War times. I mean, I know there were a lot of, or based on the history books, I shouldn't say I know, but based on the history books, there were a lot of, people up in the North being anti-slavery who, would serve as places of refuge for the slaves. And I think it's kind of safe to assume that the slaves would not have been just given back to their masters. Now, if the masters, came in, fought whoever was giving the slave refuge and won, and then took forcefully their slaves back, that was probably a different situation. But anyway, I digress. Like, don't intentionally put or keep someone in a bad spot. Anyway. Okay, verse 17. No Israelite, whether man or woman, may become a temple prostitute. When you are bringing an offering to fulfill a vow, you must not bring to the house of the Lord your God any offering from the earnings of a prostitute, whether a man or a woman, for both are detestable to the Lord your God. So, really, like, the word temple could probably be eliminated from there. But, yeah, that action was apparently so looked down on by God that it's like, don't even be bringing your dirty money in here either. And not just the money, but things that would have been bought with said money. Footnote there. Okay. That's potentially a very different thing. But, like, the Hebrew says a dog, but, like, you wouldn't have a dog literally be a prostitute. Like, that makes no sense. So, I wonder if this is, dog as in, like, the kind of meant as an insult. Where it really meant, like a disgraceful man. Anyway, moving on to verse 19. Do not charge interest on the loans you make to the fellow Israelite, whether you loan money or food or anything else. You may charge interest to foreigners, but you may not charge interest to Israelites, so that the Lord your God may bless you in everything you do in the land you are about to enter and occupy. So, because, fellow Israelites, all God's people, they should have had each other's best interests in mind. Thus, the no interest on loans. But nowadays, that would be a lot harder to keep track of anyway, so, like, the question of, even if there was, say, a Jewish-run bank giving out loans with interest, even that's kind of... I'd be curious to know if there are any such banks that would inherently not charge interest to someone who is, able to verify that they are of Jewish descent. But, yeah, that just the modern culture kind of complicates the enforcement of this quite a bit. So yeah. And obviously God's people, I shouldn't say obviously, but like, because of God's people being set apart, they had a little more favor amongst each other than foreigners did. But foreigners still weren't supposed to be treated poorly or anything. But, like, charging interest on a loan isn't even really, like... Sorry. Even in that day and age, clearly charging interest on a loan was not a new concept. And it was a way to help ensure the repayment of said loan. And there's a couple other, possible benefits to actually charging interest. But now's not the time to go on that tangent. So, I guess I'll hop over to verse 21 here. When you make a vow to the Lord your God, be prompt in fulfilling whatever you promised him. For the Lord your God demands that you promptly fulfill all your vows, or you will be guilty of sin. However, it is not a sin to refrain from making a vow. But once you have voluntarily made a vow, be careful to fulfill your promise to the Lord your God. Some things to this effect were mentioned earlier. I forget if it was earlier in Deuteronomy or maybe in like Leviticus or something. I don't know. Or Numbers maybe. But, yeah. Like, sorry. But, like, don't make a vow, especially to God, and then not fulfill it. And the longer you delay on it, the more likely it is that you're not going to fulfill it. So, like, don't try and push it off, because then you'll just be tempted to keep pushing it off further. But not making a vow in a given situation is fine. So, really, I think all that means it's best to be selective with your vows. Especially if they're to God. Okay. Time to wrap this up. Verse 24. Oh man, the yawns. What the heck? Sorry. Okay, verse 24. When you enter your neighbor's vineyard, you may eat your fill of grapes, but you must not carry any away in a basket. And when you enter your neighbor's field of grain, you may pluck the heads of grain with your hand, but you must not harvest it with a sickle. Okay, so maybe some of these allowances are why there was the previous command of, I'm pretty sure it was in the last chapter, about not putting additional crops in between the rows of a vineyard. Because, like, you know, if somebody was passing by, say for, you know, extended travel, or if there was somebody who was poor, who might have needed the food just to live, like, this kind of thing was allowed. But, like, in a full-on vineyard, you know, one person going and getting their fill of grapes wouldn't have taken too much away from the overall crop. So, anywho, I think that was really mostly the point as well. It's like, okay, if you really need to grab something, because why would you be taking this if you didn't really need it? If you need to grab something from your neighbor's vineyard or grain field or whatever, like, yeah, okay, fine. Take what you need, but only what you need for right now. Don't be, like, trying to stockpile somebody else's stuff, because it's not yours. You didn't work for it. Anywho. Okay. I guess that'll do it for Deuteronomy chapter 23. I think I could do with one more chapter. More, miscellaneous regulations, I assume. Man. These yawns. What in the world? I can almost guarantee you I'm not going to be all tired like this when I get to playing the game, because it's going to require a lot more focus and energy. Not that I'm unfocused with this, but anywho. It's not as, like, it's not like my brain has to be on high alert with this. Anywho. Okay. I guess we'll... Yeah, chapter 24 is not too long. I guess I'll do that. That'll probably be the last chapter for the day, though. Because then that should pretty much get me even with where I've got, gaming video progress. So here we go. Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 24. It's continuing from the previous section, which the last subheading there was just miscellaneous regulations. I would assume this is going to be similarly miscellaneous, as in not so related to each other. So, yeah. I guess we'll just dig in and see what it says here. So, Deuteronomy chapter 24. Here we go. Suppose a man marries a woman, but she does not please him. Having discovered something wrong with her, he writes a document of divorce, hands it to her, and sends her away from his house. When she leaves his house, she is free to marry another man. But if the second husband also turns against her, writes a document of divorce, hands it to her, and sends her away, or if he dies, the first husband may not marry her again, for she has been defiled. That would be detestable to the Lord. You must not bring guilt upon the land the Lord your God is giving you as a special possession. Okay, so... divorce, at least singular divorce, is okay. In fact, the way this is worded, it doesn't even outright ban multiple divorces. But, if someone, I guess remarriage is what's more so, like, not okay in this situation. Yeah, so I guess previous commands about, there were previous commands in the past couple of chapters regarding, like, defiling a virgin and different things like that. Or even just, having sexual relations with a woman and different claims being made and things like that. I guess just the context of those situations really is more so, like, if there's virginity of the woman assumed, and that's not the case, then, yeah. The whole point was to avoid, sexual promiscuity, which God doesn't like. So, yeah. That's really all that I would say has built on any of the previous commands or anything like that. So I guess I'll continue on here with verse 5. A newly married man must not be drafted into the army or be given any other official responsibilities. He must be free to spend 1 year at home, bringing happiness to the wife he has married. That's like not even any kind of option in this day and age. Although, again, culture is very, very different. Drafted into the army, I mean, okay, yeah. That's other official responsibilities. That makes me wonder. Because it says official responsibilities. Which I would assume is a more limited list than just he's got to work. Because they still had to work, their fields and do different things like that. It's not like they could completely avoid work in that day and age. So, I guess when it says official responsibilities, it's more so related to stuff that could have been like government or temple related or whatever. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I won't say too much more on that, lest I get more so into kind of speculative thoughts of my own. So, verse 6. It is wrong to take a set of millstones, or even just the upper millstone, as security for a loan, for the owner uses it to make a living. Millstones would have very often been used, I assume, for like making flour out of grain and other similar things that really, without doing so, would have made some of the crops just unusable. And very agrarian society, like, yeah, you gotta have that ability there. So, verse 7. If anyone kidnaps a fellow Israelite and treats him as a slave or sells him, the kidnapper must die. In this way, you will purge the evil from among you. So, yeah. Hang on. Oh, man. So, I'm trying to think of what other situation could happen, like if someone were to kidnap someone and not necessarily treat them as a slave or sell them. Like, those are the main things you would think somebody would do, you know, with kidnapping someone. So, yeah. Kidnapping is bad. Not really surprising there. Verse 8. In all cases involving serious skin diseases, be careful to follow the instructions of the Levitical priests. Obey all the commands I have given them. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam as you were coming from Egypt. Let me just make sure. Traditionally, okay, instead of serious skin diseases, it would have traditionally just said leprosy. Hebrew word can describe various skin diseases. But, so the whole thing with Miriam was that basically she and Aaron kind of questioned Moses' leadership at one point. And in the midst of that, God temporarily gave her leprosy to kind of make a point that, like, yeah, no, you're wrong. Moses is chosen specially to lead these people. But in any case, there were a bunch of rules given to the priests about how to treat leprosy and deal with it. I don't really want to get into all those. It shouldn't be too difficult to look them up. Depending on which version that you're reading, you could just look up leprosy and see what the rules were related to that. I guess in this version, you just have to look up skin diseases or maybe even serious skin diseases. But there was a whole bunch of, you know, steps in a certain process that took a fair amount of time in order to be, you know, cleared and given the okay to, like, kind of get back to normal life. Anyway, verse 10. If you lend anything to your neighbor, Do not enter his house to pick up the item he is giving as security. You must wait outside while he goes in and brings it out to you. If your neighbor is poor and gives you his cloak as security for a loan, do not keep the cloak overnight. Return the cloak to its owner by sunset so he can stay warm through the night and bless you, and the Lord your God will count you as righteous. I mean, okay, so first part of that, if you entered the house to try and get the item, it's, kind of almost, at least it can appear, that you're taking it by force rather than this being part of like a, loan agreement. And regarding the cloak, it was basically just like, hey, yeah, you don't want to, like, it's not okay to take something that somebody really kind of needs and then keep it when they need it most. Okay then, verse 14. Never take advantage of poor and destitute laborers, when they are fellow Israelites whether they are fellow Israelites or foreigners living in your towns. You must pay them their wages each day before sunset, because they are poor and are counting on it. If you don't, they might cry out to the Lord against you, and it would be counted against you as sin. So, this is just like saying, hey, don't put your neighbors in a bad spot intentionally. And like, these people who are working for you, yeah, they might be poor and already in a bad spot, but like, that doesn't mean you should, manipulate them and further put them in a bad spot just because of their current situation. And make sure that they have what they need to get by and continue living each day, if you are at all related to that. Verse 16. Parents must not be put to death for the sins of their children, nor children for the sins of their parents. Those deserving to die must be put to death for their own crimes. Makes enough sense on its own. Some of these, I'm thinking, were mentioned previously, and I almost wonder if this is more of like a summary, hey, in case you needed a reminder, because, this is very much spoken word here. In order to help you remember, I'm going to repeat some of this stuff and give you sort of like the summary version of it. But anyway, yeah. While there were certain curses that might have, at this time in God's eyes, passed from parents to their children for multiple generations or something like that, that's still, that curse was not necessarily death. So anyway, moving on to verse 17. True justice must be given to foreigners living among you and to orphans, and you must never accept a widow's garment as security for her debt. Always remember that you were slaves in Egypt, and that the Lord your God redeemed you from your slavery. That is why I have given you this command. So, more not taking advantage of people in a bad spot. And just like, justice should be justice anyway. That's not really something that should need to be said. and never accept a widow's garment as security for her debt. Like, widows were already in a bad enough spot. That didn't need to. There didn't need to be further, like, embarrassment piled on top of that. Anyway, verse 19, and I guess we'll wrap up the chapter. When you are harvesting your crops and forget to bring in a bundle of grain from your field, don't go back to get it. Leave it for the foreigners, orphans, and widows. Then the Lord your God will bless you in all you do. When you beat the olives from your olive trees, don't go over the boughs twice. Leave the remaining olives for the foreigners, orphans, and widows. When you gather the grapes in your vineyard, don't glean the vines after they are picked. Leave the remaining grapes for the foreigners, orphans, and widows. Remember that you were slaves in the land of Egypt. That is why I am giving you this command. So, it's more things to kind of help out those who would have been in a bad spot. Because not too many other reasons why foreigners would have come to them and wanted to live among them. Orphans obviously are in a bad spot. They're without their parents. Widows were also in a bad spot. No husband to help make a living. So basically, all of these are saying, like, okay, yeah, go through, do your initial harvesting and gathering and whatnot, but, like, don't go over it and be super meticulous about it. Like, don't necessarily worry about getting every single little thing to the point where you're trying to go back, you know, pick things up again, you know, double check all the vines and different things like that. Like, just harvest it as you normally would and go on your day. If there's anything left behind, that will help out the less fortunate people around you. So it'll at least serve a good purpose, even if you don't bring it in yourself. So anyway, that does it for chapter 24, I guess. And yeah, those commands were quite varied. Yeah. Okay, done with that. Chapter 25, while also being pretty short, 3 chapters is enough for one day, in my opinion. Or at least for one stream, I should say. Plus then, as I said, it'll basically be caught up with my gaming video recording stuff. So, it is at this point that I will kind of, you know, take a quick break, shift my setup over to do some video game stuff. I'll explain why I'm playing the game I'm playing once I really get into that. So, give me a couple minutes, and then I'll be back. Forgot to unmute my microphone. Anyway, time for some gaming. The reason I am playing this game is because I started a, recorded playthrough of it for the sake of like a Let's Play series thing. And I kind of got stuck at one point. I do wonder about possibly looking up a guide or something.
Select New Game to start from. Select a saved game file to load. Select the number of players.
So anyway, this is called Earth Defense Force 2017.
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up to 2 weapons at once. The number of weapons you can choose from is small at first, but that will increase as you find new weapons. Select a stage.
The mission that I got stuck on is this one right here. It gets to a point where there are dropships that just unleash tons and tons of these insects that it's like, how in the world am I supposed to manage it? By the way, I've been doing this all
Select a difficulty. You can obtain more powerful weapons at higher difficulty levels.
I got stuck on that mission just because it seemed so hard. So what I'm thinking I might do is go back and do
Select a stage
at lower difficulties just to get, I mean, while the weapons supposedly won't be as good, they're still like armor pickups that should at least, increase my health along the way. Plus, I'll probably just get closer to, overall completion of the game anyway. I actually tried earlier to go back and even do the first mission.
Select a stage. Select a difficulty.
Hardest
you can obtain more powerful weapons at higher difficulty levels.
Which is why I'm thinking I'll go back and redo those other missions on lower difficulties. And, yeah. Hope that the armor collecting would be good enough. And who knows, I might get some weapons, especially playing on normal, that would be decent for the mission that I'm struggling with.
Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
So, generally speaking, the weapons that seem overall the best, well, tell you what, I'll keep that missile weapon there. For the other one, I might use this one sniper rifle because it's got just a ridiculously high rate of fire for a sniper, and it does decent enough damage. Like, that's 500 damage per second. This is like 120 per second. That's like it's a bit over 230, but still very few of these are getting into the realm of 500 per second. So, yeah.
Select a stage.
This one I think was more so focused on aerial combat, especially with regard to the UFOs. But maybe I should just... Because honestly, this is a pretty good weapon set for the majority of the missions. And this might also help me gauge, alright, how good is the missile weapon against the regular enemies and against the UFOs?
Select a difficulty. Going into combat.
So I'm going to go back and redo probably all the missions up to this point on normal, and then again on easy, just as I potentially have time. Also, it keeps showing these, like, vehicles and whatnot. I have yet to see a mission involving these vehicles.
Look at that! It's a real flying saucer!
Those things that you, like, only unlock.
Damn. What a sight.
Are those things that you only unlock?
All troops, take your positions.
Say,
There's a storm too.
you play on really high difficulty.
Yes, sir!
This is Ranger 4. We've spotted a large alien life form here.
I have no clue if these shots are...
Ranger 4, what kind of life form?
Okay. That time it did for sure.
A bug! A very huge bug! It's coming this way! Fire! Fire! This is Ranger 4. We're under attack. Requesting backup. This is headquarters. Roger that.
Action heavy.
HQ to Storm Team. Ranger 4 is in combat. Get over there for reinforcements immediately. This is Storm 3. What type of life form are we dealing with?
That I got all this rapid fire. This is a sniper rifle.
This is HQ. Life form still unidentified. I repeat, the life form is still unidentified.
Alright, starting to get a little bit trickier. I might try some of this. This is supposed to have some moment. Which is why I just kind of assumed they'd be really good at taking care of the but even that proved to not necessarily be enough for that one mission that I struggled with. Okay, armor pickups. Yes, give me all the armor pickups. Because those are supposed to then
We just
translate
took out
into
5 of
more
those
health
things.
for
What
later
the?
missions.
There's more! There's too many of them! Retreat! Retreat! HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 4 is in combat with the aliens. Get over there now!
I really wish there was a run button in this game. But oh well. Yeah, by the way, ammo is totally like unlimited in this game. There's one thing about the missiles. They definitely have the potential to destroy some buildings. By the way, a lot of the enemies will drop things, whether weapons or armor or whatever. These things with the white-ish circles and red X's on them, those are health drops. Those are the only ones that really actually help you during the current mission as you play it out. Weapon drops are basically just things that you then unlock
One shot is all I need.
for possible use in future missions. And the armor pickups
If you hadn't shown up, it would have been doomed.
just kind of give
You have my
more
thanks.
health
Your
in
bullet!
future missions.
How dare you kill one of my men! We can win this! Yes, sir! Don't waste waste your bullets!
Maybe that's part of my problem with that one mission.
Somebody get in!
It's like I have
I will
allies,
do it! Here they come!
even if they're, you know, computer controlled.
One shot is all I need.
Draw them closer. You don't want to waste your bullets.
Come on!
Maybe the problem is that I keep
Reach it
unintentionally
from here.
killing
No
off
signs of the enemy.
Wait for
my
me!
allies.
Get ready
All
to
right.
fire!
Fire!
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir!
And in doing so, I'm making things more difficult for myself. Okay, I think
They're
I
headed
wanna
over
focus
here.
on being
They're still a little closer.
informative.
Take aim. They're too big. Spent all my bullets. Reloading. Behind you. Let them have it. Yes, sir. Reload fast. Don't worry, I'll do it.
Well! Yes, sir!
Give me some. They got one of us. I'm out of ammo. Give me some. Give me some.
Leave it to me, brother. I can't play him out.
You spent all my bullets. Reload.
Give me some!
Cover me!
Just leave it to me. Leave it to me, buddy.
Bullseye! Obliterate the enemy!
I'm reloading.
Bravo!
Someone cover me.
I'm out! I'm reloading now!
We can't reach him from here.
Come on!
They're coming.
Also,
Come on!
just a
The
thought.
enemy is coming!
Why
Leave
do
it
you
to me,
think
brother.
anytime
Don't
we say
leave
I'm
your
reloading.
ammunition! Cover me!
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
I killed it! Reloading!
child friendly?
Somebody cover me! Take this! Fire it well!
They're too big.
Yes, sir!
Give me ammo.
Or at least, you know, appropriate for children.
See how you like this!
Coming.
Don't be scared!
Give me some ammo!
Sir! Yes, sir! I can stop you! I spilled all my bullets!
Okay.
Reloading! I'll handle
So,
that
health
now!
is 258 there. I gotta make sure I remember that to know how much the armor is actually helping. So I don't know if each armor thing is supposed to be one added health. I was at 258. If each of those is one health point, then that should be, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Which would put me at, what, 271? Also got a Buffalo G1 shotgun. Another kind of missile, interesting. Air Tortoise 01. Another sniper rifle. Some kind of grenade. And another copy of that one new sniper rifle.
Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take into battle. You can only take 2 with you, so it's a good idea to
Let's save real
select
quick.
a location to save your
Yes, over
game.
this slot.
Select your weapons before deployment. Choose your weapons.
So that
You may equip
kinda
up to
almost
2
makes me
weapons
wanna
at once.
Mix things up a little bit with what I'm using. What? The large guided missile that emphasizes fire. The missile is extremely slow, but homes in well, slowly stalking its target. Huh. Kind of makes me think that would be better for taking on the UFOs and such. This might also be a decent chance to just randomly try out a bunch of these grenade things that I really didn't want to before. New grenade launcher created with extraterrestrial technology. Fires as many as 20 splash grenades at once. The grenades bounce around and explode after 10 seconds. Since they bounce in an unpredictable pattern, caution is advised. Sure. And instead of that, sniper rifle. Let's see here. High caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Powerful enough to penetrate armored vehicles. 4 times zoom scope makes it possible to snipe enemies from far. Okay, but that's only 110 damage per shot. And fire less than 1 per second. And then we got this shotgun here. G1. 1 shot per second. Each shot is 19 damage times 10 bullets. So I kind of just want to try a bunch of these out, since I'm dealing with the lower difficulties here. If I end up, you know, failing a mission,
Select a mission. Select initiating operations.
Go back to, you know, some better, higher powered weapons.
There, sir! Over there! It's those giant bugs! Ranger 6 to HQ. We've encountered more giant bugs. They're going after people! Let's go! Follow me! Sir!
They're still out of range.
This is HQ. The aliens are attacking civilians. Eliminate them on sight.
You like that?
Die!
Hit fire!
Still no information about the UFO. It may not be related. Do not attack the UFO.
Ammo! Where's the ammo?
Reload! Save me! Pull the trigger! Shoot the enemy!
Look! It's working up that building! How the hell does a creature that big walk up a wall like that? Look out! Above you!
The enemy! Bravo! I'm reloading! I still got my bullets! Bring it to me! Going good! Bullseye! How can you miss? Project in the tree! Destroy! Yes, sir!
Ammo! Where's the
I'm
ammo?
reloading!
Trying to
Someone
get
cover me!
Die! Do it
I
yourself!
spent all my
Armor
bullets!
and weapons.
Reloading! That's in the tree! I'm out of ammo! Cover me!
Leave it to me,
Obliterate the enemy! I'm reloading! Cover me! Don't group up! Fan out! Sir! One shot is all I need! Somebody cover me! I will defeat him! Reloading! Behind you! Watch your back!
Yeah, you're
already.
welcome. I can stop you with
They're
one
headed
shot.
this way!
UM1 grenade launcher and 6 armor pickups.
Select your weapons before deployment. You choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Just make sure that I'm
Select a
saving. I'm
location
probably
to
gonna
save your
turn into
game.
a Save-aholic with this.
Select a difficult. Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
New shotguns. I can try out the new sniper rifle. But I'm not sure if that's such a great idea if I'm going to also be trying out the another grenade thing. Okay, the UM1 grenade launcher is the new one. Capacity 4. Shoot 2 per second. Damage 10. Blaster. Other than the well, yeah, it's definitely a bit inferior on the whole to the UMRA. Good grief. MG14. Upgraded MG12. Hand grenade. Firepower is a step above the previous model. Once thrown, the grenade will explode on impact. Okay. Good thing to note that it explodes on impact. Not so sure about the sniper rifle as a secondary then. Or more so as the primary, really. Which one of these does the most per second? That's 120. That's over 230. That's like 360 per second if you think about it. Slightly longer reload time though. But still. Okay. Oh yeah, feel free to let me know if any of these sound settings are not ideal, because, like, I honestly don't know. I did go into the game sound settings and, you know, turn some of that stuff down. But anyway.
Select a stage.
3 on
Select a diff going into combat.
The aliens are attacking civilians. All teams, search out and destroy them all.
Okay. That's dumb. What the heck is the range on this then? Or am I supposed to hold it?
The aliens are attacking civilians. All teams, search out and destroy them all.
Now, that makes more sense.
Red dots on the map are enemies. Use the map to find the bugs.
I'm seeing the bug.
Like the
over
taste
here.
of my phone.
The bugs are spitting some kind of liquid. Is it some kind of bodily fluid?
I'm out of ammo.
Ah! It's melting my armor!
We can't reach him from here! The enemy is up!
We'll go with you.
These bugs are spitting out a very strong acid.
You like that? Die! Reload failed. Somebody cover me. Follow the camera.
What the hell is this? It's acid!
Take that! Take that!
This is HQ. We have reports that these aliens can emit a very powerful acid. It's a terrible weapon that will even melt your armor. Watch your backs out there.
I'm out. Reloading.
Yeah. Really, overall.
Oh yeah! How do you like that? See how you like this?
Somebody help me!
Need ammo. Give me
Fuck
some.
off without
Enemy
having
down.
it, like, just completely surrounding you.
Spend all my bullets. Reloading.
Making it rather difficult to avoid their attacks.
I hit! They got me with their acid! Help! Help! Help!
Like the taste of my bullets? Come this way and I'll
There's
kill
too many
you.
of them!
Somebody cover me.
I'm out of ammo! Cover me! Leave it to me!
Come on! Fire! I'm reloading!
Take this! How do you like that? Give me some ammo! Damn it, I'm out!
There's hundreds of them!
They got me! Somebody give me some cover!
Ammo!
Just a
Where's the
scratch.
ammo?
Yeah! Ah! Fatty's been killed! I did it! I'll handle this!
Sir, yes, sir!
So, I think on, like, the mini-map...
Damn
Somebody
it!
cover
I'm
me!
out!
Like,
All right!
I'm just realizing you aren't able to see. There's like a little line that'll sometimes come down from the dots that represent the enemies. And I'm pretty sure that line is supposed to represent, like,
Want a taste of my bullets?
that they're at a different elevation.
I'm out of ammo! Cover me!
It's no good. We're done for.
I can hit these things with my eyes closed! Ammo! Where's the ammo?
Die! Die! Oh, no, you don't. That's the trick.
Woohoo! Nice work!
Leave it to me, buddy.
Give me some ammo.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I do
like
kind of
that?
slightly wish that the
Come on!
assault rifles in this game were a little bit more like, say, the Halo battle rifle, where it's, you know, you can still kind of do short control bursts to retain some level of accuracy, rather than just inherently having it spread all over the place. This grenade is still going to damage some buildings here. But I'm just trying to make use of it
They're
since I
coming!
have it.
Straight ahead!
You know? Hey. At least it's doing some damage to the bugs.
I'm hit! I'm hit! Armor damage! Help me! Give me a hand! I'm reloading!
Also, the game
Do it
does not
yourself.
seem to give
I'm
any
reloading.
penalty
Cover me.
for, you know,
All right,
Yeah,
give it to me!
you're
destroyed
welcome.
buildings or anything like that. So, I mean,
Like the piece of my phone.
Die! Die! Give me some ammo! Leave it to me!
I'm out of ammo.
I'm reloading!
Give me some.
I can't! They're too big! How do you like that?
They're coming. We're with you on this one.
Got one! They're headed this way!
passed by so many pickups.
I'm out of ammo. Give me some.
Yeah, you're welcome! They're huge!
There.
I'm out! Reloading!
I'm reloading.
I also don't know if
Behind you. Watch your back.
the health pickup
Yeah,
skill
you're welcome.
is just a set amount under all circumstances.
How do you like that?
Or
I'm reloading. Someone cover me.
related to your
Yeah,
max
you're welcome.
Because if that's also related to your max health, then yeah, armor pickups are super duper handy long term. It's like there's just one bug left. And I can't find it. Also, something else maybe I'll point out about this game. It seems like there is no fall damage. Okay, well, mission cleared. Got 7 armor pickups. Got another kind of rocket launcher.
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up, choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Yeah, I really don't like the grenades. So, I could try out this air tortoise missile thing. Or the new rocket launcher. Let me try the missile though. And, otherwise, I'll stick with the crazy fast sniper rifle.
Save current game data. Select a difficulty before starting
it
a
also
level.
seems like your
The harder the
progress
difficulty you
for
attempt, the stronger the weapons you will receive.
Weapons isn't surprising, but even the mission progress is tied to
Select a
completing these
stage.
on various difficulty levels.
Select a difficult initiating operation.
That also has me wondering if I got further than my current mission on a lower difficulty, would that, I don't know.
Keep going! Yes, sir!
Like, would that help me get...
This is HQ. It looks like these aliens are feeding off humans. They're a herd of people-eating monsters. We can't let them have their way. Troops, you must eliminate them all.
Yeah!
Bugs! Bugs all over the city! They'll get here any second! Ah! Help!
Oh wow, that's a slow missile.
You're gonna fight like men and come out alive! You got that?
Yeah!
But, at least it seems
Now
like...
let's go
well,
kick some alien butt! Yes, sir!
I was gonna
Yes,
say,
sir!
at least it seems like it's gonna hit the target, but no, target is moving too
All
fast.
right! Fire! Fire!
I got the one in the
Want a
back!
taste of my blood? All right, leave it to me.
Somebody cover me!
I'll do it! I need ammo! I can hit these things with my eyes closed!
I can't! See how you like this! It's working!
I got
Fire!
it!
Fire!
All right, leave it to me.
Well, I wish I could do better.
Oh yeah!
Somebody cover me!
Give me some!
Bullseye!
Good job!
They're coming this way!
They're coming!
Which is
I'll pump you full of lead!
Then fire!
Yes,
not
sir!
even really what I want.
Come this way and I'll kill you!
Or, you know, you could go...
They're headed this way!
I'll pump you full of lead!
Stay calm and we can win
Health
this!
is now...
HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 4 is in combat with the aliens. Get over there now.
By the way, before I did a single mission, my baseline health was
They're
200.
coming! Strong and strong! Then fire!
I'm reloading! Cover me!
Gained more maximum health than most of what I got. You're doing 8
Just a scratch!
and my goal was more so just completing the mission.
Kill them all.
Good one!
Fatty's been killed!
You like that?
See how you like this?
Ooh, hello.
They're headed this way!
That's not going where I was hoping it would. I was hoping that missile would go, like, way up.
They see us! It looks like they spotted us!
You know, where all those bugs are at the top of that tower thing there. Now, there's still a bunch of them just swarming around. Oh geez, that's gonna take so long to reload. But whatever, I'm gonna do it anyway because I want this to go up there and... Oh man, now there's more coming down. And that should make the tower collapse. locking onto any kind of target. There's a few armor pickups, yeah. Hey. Perhaps two targets. The UFOs here. I mean, honestly, the missile's probably just gonna lock onto the nearest thing anyway. I'm not sure if that'll be particularly helpful. And the missiles I launched, this one is still heading over in that direction.
The enemy is coming!
Where's the ammo?
By the way, these
Ah!
bugs really like
You like that?
Which is a big part of the reason why
This just
so
in.
much trouble with
The Ravagers are deploying giant bugs all over the world.
mission
The
number
bugs
8.
are moving around and attacking everything in their path. Anyone living in the following danger zones must evacuate as instructed.
This way! We're under your command.
They're coming this way!
We have to run now?
Okay, just a bunch of armor from that mission. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take into battle. You can only take 2 with you. Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
As much as the... I don't know if OCD is the best term, but as much as the completionist in me wants to, you know, use these grenades just to get the new label off of them, I'm not sure it's a great idea. Yeah, the Stingray ST is new. Upgraded Stingray features greater power and a larger blast area, making it. The model has one of the longest ranges of any weapon. Range is 3,000 meters. Jeez. So bigger blast area than the M1, higher damage than the M1. Honestly, like, that one just seems straight up better. And just to mix things up, let's see here. I think I was using the AF-17. Was I? No. I was using the 16 RA, that's right. Let me try the AF-17 just to do something a little different with it.
Save current game data. Select your weapons before select a mission.
Search. There's gonna be
Select a difficult going into combat.
That might make me want to go back to the one missile launcher. Not the one that I was just using, but the other one that did like rapid fire.
The Air Force is about to make a strike on the Ravagers. They'll take care of the enemies in the sky, and we'll take care of the ones down here.
These bugs are our enemies. Don't let a single one get away. You got that?
Yeah!
Move forward!
Yes, sir! All right! Sir. Fire!
Yes, sir!
The enemy is out of range! Don't waste your bullets! Straight ahead! He's out of range!
I got
The
one!
enemy is out of range!
Come on, you sissies! Fire!
Destroy the building with one miss. I just
They're coming! Straight ahead! I've got the one in the back! They're too big!
I'm reloading!
He's still alive!
A major attack is being prepared against the Ravagers. The EDF is concentrating all its forces to attack the mothership.
having a zoom on this rocket launch would be nice. That is right. I don't want to be less helpful.
One shot is all I need! They're headed over here! I can't reach you from here! Yes, sir!
Here come the Ravagers' gunships! They're almost blocking out the sky!
Don't want to waste your bullets. It's done in one shot.
Bunch of health though, and not really.
It's no use! The EDF's EJ-24 fighter jets are dropping like flies! Ah!
It's over there. Get ready. Yes, sir. The enemy is over there. Get ready.
Somebody cover! Roger that! They don't see us. I'm ready to fight.
Get ready. Combat. Fire.
Yes, sir!
Big clip that I got
Take
there.
aim!
Yes, sir.
Give me a hand over here!
Like the taste of my bullets?
I don't see it. And yet I'm hearing loads of. Well, I was hearing loads of gunfire from my allies.
I'm ready to fight. Maintain attack
I
formation.
disagree. Roger that.
The Air Force has been annihilated. The gunships are heading this way. All troops, retreat! Retreat!
We've got to get out of here or we're toast. I can't keep up. Run!
They're coming!
They're coming.
Let's get out of here! What's going on? They wiped out the Air Force! The gunships are coming this way! All troops, fall back. Enemy gunships are approaching. Retreat immediately.
Hey, you know what? I'm hitting a few of them with these rockets here.
HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 25 has been intercepted by enemy gunships. Get over there and back them up immediately.
Leave it to me, buddy.
I'm out of reloading! Give me
Someone
some!
cover me. Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Who wants to be there?
They're still too close!
Hold them close. And open fire.
This is Ranger 25. We're under fire from enemy gunships. We're all dead. We don't get some backup right now. Ranger 25. Storm 1 is en route to your location. Hold your positions.
They're huge.
Roger that. What the? It appears Storm 1 is engaged in combat with the enemy. Requesting permission to head there with reinforcements.
Didn't really pick up a lot from that.
Select a difficulty before starting a level. The harder the difficulty, choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
MLRA 3. And I'm still convinced that this MMF 42RA is one of the better options for, you know, a different kind of weapon.
Save current game data. Select your weapons. Select a stage.
Air Force.
Select a difficulty. Going into combat. Take a look at this
No,
line.
thanks. It is nice that you can, you know, skip the cutscenes if you want.
Get ready for battle! Yes, sir!
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir!
Those gunships are going to attack any second now!
Oh shoot, I might as well just do a bunch of this.
They're coming!
They're too far. Yes, sir! Yes, sir!
Sir! Yes, sir!
Or, you know,
The enemy is out of range!
Straight ahead!
I can stop you with one shot! There's so many of them!
Want a taste of my bullets? Come on!
They're headed this way! Here comes the next wave! Come here! See what I got!
More company. Okay.
Sir! Yes, sir!
Yay, and then I can pick up more stuff, I guess. Literally just going spray and pray with
They're
it.
headed this way! Don't move on! The enemy is out of range!
Sir! Yes, sir!
It's working!
You may
Give me some
actually
ammo.
eliminate
Leave it to me.
all ammo.
Leave it to me! This is no place to die! Do what you need to survive!
Sir! Yes, sir!
There's another wave incoming.
Let me join you! They're still coming!
There's a UFO flying above the city! Do something already!
Don't let your guard down!
Somebody let him have it! Give me
He
ammo!
spent all my bullets!
Reloading! Reload! Show 'em what the evil is made of!
cleared, so that...
Don't let your guard
No
down.
signs of the enemy, sir.
Oh, geez, let's see here. 2, 4, 9 armor. Got a new grenade type. And a new assault rifle. AF-14RA.
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up to 2 weapons at once. The number of weapons you can choose from is small.
Blah, 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 blah.
Select a location to save your game. Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take and choose your weapons. You select a stage.
Oh yeah, with the UFOs. This is one where I really might want to think a bit harder about my strategy. Like, would I be better off, say, using rockets instead of a missile launcher? Or is the missile launcher still the best way to go? I feel like rockets might be better in that regard, just because, like, rockets don't have homing like the missile launchers do. So if I use the missile launcher, it'll automatically pretty much, you know, use its homing on whatever the closest enemy is. But if I use a rocket, I can instead intentionally focus that on a UFO instead.
Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Free capacity, can shoot 1 per second. Damage is 230. So that's really, if you think about it, I mean, so that's 230 a second. That's really kind of like 200 a second. No, but then there's the 1.5 second reload time that complicates that estimation there. So, really the Stingray ST is clearly superior to the M1. Oh, this one has the zoom. I like having a zoom, but that also reduces the rate of fire. So I don't know. The last area isn't a big deal for the UFO, I wouldn't think. Tell you what, I'll go with the Stingray M2 then. And I'll keep this. Actually, what was the... Right, that was the thing that I unlocked. But, not digging the fire rate. The image to fire rate combination on that.
Select a mission.
Right, so...
Select a difficulty. Initiating operations.
Yeah. I think I may have just logicked my way into the best solution.
Look
for the
at this
mission that I was
image.
having trouble with. But I'm not necessarily inclined to test that out.
Let's give these Ravagers a welcome they'll never forget!
Yeah! Go!
Sir! Yes, sir! Bugs are coming out of that UFO!
They're headed this way!
Take aim!
Sir! Yes, sir!
The enemy is out of range!
HQ! Come in, HQ! Our attacks are useless! The UFO shell is too strong!
I won't let you die before me!
Yes, sir!
Don't give up!
Where's the ammo?
Pull the trigger! Shoot the enemy!
The shell of the UFO is protected by a special shield. It is impossible to destroy it, and we are analyzing it for any weaknesses.
Anyone with terror war, kill them! They're coming!
Well, that's what I like.
very thick and cannot be penetrated by our weaponry. However, all seemingly strong defenses must have a weak point. Find that weak point.
Stay calm and we can win this. We lived through this. I'll take you out for a steak. Well, that's what I like. Woohoo! I got one. I'm reloading. Fire! Fire!
I got the one in the back.
Yes, sir. Do it yourself.
I need ammo. Give me some.
Come this way and I'll kill you. Come on. Come with
HQ to all troops. We have found the spacecraft's weak point. That point is the craft's underside hatch. When the hatch opens, focus all your attacks on that point. I repeat, focus all attacks on the hatch the moment it opens.
Yeah, so now it's just a matter of killing all that.
Stay calm and we can win this.
I got the one in the back.
Bunch of armor.
Do it yourself.
Yeah. All right.
Where's the ammo? Reload.
Give me some.
I'm reloading today, brother. All right.
Take this.
I'm reloading. How do you like that? Don't worry,
That's
I'll
worth
do
the
it.
medal.
They're coming. Take that. Help has arrived. We're saved. Break formation. Yes, sir.
We can't reach him from here.
I'm out of ammo.
My bullets.
Give me
Reloading.
some. Leave it to me, brother. They're too far.
Not so much
Don't waste your
on
bullets.
aliens anymore.
Yeah, all right. Reload.
Stuff.
One reload. Someone drop it.
Good job. Yeah.
But if I happen to see some enemies while I'm picking them up, then yeah, sure.
They're coming.
I'm out of ammo. Give me some. Draw them closer. You don't want to waste your bullets.
Switch.
I'll pump you full of lead.
I mean, probably not a big.
I'm reloading. I can hit these things with my eyes closed.
Seems like this dodge roll lets you move faster.
They're coming. They're coming.
I kind of want to try and use that to move around. I thought I saw another weapon drop over here. Yep. Yes, feel free to give me lots of time to look for, these item drops all around here. It's kind of what I'm doing this for anyway.
We'll join you.
Alright. Probably gotten most of what I'm reasonably gonna get though. So, yeah. Bye-bye.
The enemy is coming. One shot is all I need. I'll pump you full of lead.
Let's see here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things of armor. Bunch of weapons that I already have.
Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take into battle. You can only take 2 with you,
Really,
so it's a good idea to carry 2 different types for versatility.
Decent weapons. I should be redoing these missions on the same difficulty that I did them on before.
Choose your weapons. Select a mission.
Okay, so I've done 1 through 7 on normal now. I'm kind of wondering if, just for fun, I might want to sorry. I'm wondering if I might want to, just for fun, go back and do all those on easy. And just, maybe try and get a bunch of the armor pickups along the way.
Select a location to save your game. Select a difficulty before starting a level. The harder the difficulty you attempt, the stronger the weapons you will receive.
I mean, I can't always go back and redo a mission, even if I complete it on here.
Choose your weapons.
Go back.
You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Tell you what. Uh-oh. Okay. OBS disconnected for a sec. But I think we're good now. So I'm gonna
Select a
do all
difficult
the
going into
missions
combat.
on easy. Just to have some fun and try and farm armor. Don't care about the cutscenes or whatever within these, though. Now what?
Look at that! It's a real flying saucer!
Damn. What a sight.
All troops, take your positions.
There's a storm too. Roger that. This is for real, man.
Gonna kill us a bit.
This is Ranger 4. We've spotted a large alien life form here.
The civilians
Ranger 4, what kind of life form?
impervious to damage.
A bug! A very huge bug! It's coming this way! Fire! Fire! This is Ranger 4. We're under attack. Requesting backup. This is headquarters. Roger that. HQ to Storm Team. Ranger 4 is in combat. Get over there for reinforcements immediately. This is Storm 3. What type of life form are we dealing with? This is HQ. Life form still unidentified. I repeat, the life form is still unidentified.
Because this is easy mode. I shouldn't have to worry about it. Easy mode energy first mission. The main concern is trying to get stronger. Which, that just made me think of the thing that would make this game overall maybe a bit too easy. Would be like if your armor pickups and everything like that that you got in the mission, like you still got to keep those even if you fail the mission. But it doesn't work like that, so I would definitely not say that this game is too easy as a result of anything resembling that. I'm gonna go over this way.
They're coming!
Just because I
Straight
can.
ahead!
We just took out 5 of those things. What the? There's more! There's too many of them! Retreat! Retreat! HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 4 is in combat with the aliens. Get over there now!
But I need something to throw it at.
I spent on my bolts! Reloading!
Give me some ammo!
Yeah, you're well damn Dom! They got one of us! Tiny's been killed!
Captain! What do we do now? Come on!
I got the one in the back.
Leave it to me, buddy. Awaiting orders. We're with you on this one. Roy!
Bravo!
Damn it! Give me some ammo. Yeah, you're welcome.
We will join you.
The enemy is coming! We're under your command. Well, I'll just have to do better. That's it. Just a little closer.
The enemy is out of range.
It wouldn't let me get the armor.
Give me some ammo.
I'm out.
I'm
Reloading.
reloading. Cover me. Leave it to me, buddy. I'll handle this. You let that die.
Ammo. Where's
I'm
the
out
ammo?
of ammo.
I'll handle this.
Yes, sir.
Run!
March.
They're coming this
Captain,
way.
they've seen us. They're headed over here.
The enemy is out of range.
They're headed over here. I've got one. Let them have it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Die! Give me a hand over here.
Leave it to me, buddy. All right, leave it to me. One enemy down. Damn it.
Got it.
How dare you? Fire! Fire! Yes, sir. That can't go wrong. Leave it to me, buddy.
Die! Die!
I did it. One enemy. Let them have it. Roger, yeah. All right. Nice. Who wants to be next? Give me some.
Don't worry, I'll do it.
I'm reloading. One enemy has been destroyed.
I got him.
One enemy down.
Like the kids in our bullets.
The enemy wants to surround us. Yes, sir. Take that. Take that. Give me some ammo. Leave it to me, buddy. One enemy has been destroyed.
The enemy is out of range. Take this.
Want a taste of my bullets? I need ammo.
I'm reloading.
Give me some. Give me some ammo. Yeah, you're welcome.
Easy mode is indeed very easy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good grief. 9, 10, 11, 12 armor pickups I got. And those are all
Think
weapons I
long
already
and
have.
hard about which weapons you'll take into battle. You can only take 2 with you, so it's a good idea to choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Timed. Okay. So the J-type grenades are timed ones that don't necessarily explode on impact. Which is probably all the more reason
Save
to be
current
careful
game
with them,
data.
really.
Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take into battle. You can only select a stage. Select a difficult initiating operations.
Although, like, if I were to try and, say, plant the grenades, so to speak.
There, sir! Over there! It's those giant bugs! Ranger 6 to HQ. We've encountered more giant bugs.
They're going after people. Let's go. Follow me.
Yes, sir!
This is HQ. The aliens are attacking civilians. Eliminate them on sight. Still no information about the UFO. It may not be related. Do not attack the UFO.
Have no fear! Exterminate the enemy!
Look, it's walking a big building. How the hell does a creature that big walk up a wall like that? Look out! Above you!
They're not as tough as they look. That did the trick. Let them have it.
Sometimes I really think they're
Oh yeah! How do you like that? Calm down. Coming.
This one's called Invasion.
Come this way and I'll kill you.
But I think mission 3.
Select a difficulty before starting a level. The harder the difficulty you attempt, the stronger the weapons you will receive. Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
So we still got the MG11 that I haven't done. Now I am just like getting rid of the new tag on a bunch of these weapons. Speaking of which,
Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
any given type that I haven't. Yeah, the sniper rifle. But 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 grenade types. So,
Select a location to save your game.
added 8 more.
Think
stamina
long and
there.
hard about which weapons you'll select a stage. Select a initiating operations.
Quickly checking phone notifications. I should have left one of those up.
The aliens are attacking civilians. All teams, search out and destroy them all.
Red dots on the map are enemies. Use the map to find the bugs.
The bugs are spitting some kind of liquid. Is it some kind of bodily fluid? Ah! It's melting my armor!
One. Ah! Die! Die! Yeah!
These bugs are spitting out a very strong acid. What the hell is this? It's acid!
Snipers in position.
This is HQ. We have reports that these aliens can emit a very powerful acid. It's a terrible weapon that will even melt your armor. Watch your backs out there.
Fire in! Come on! I'll shoot! See how you like this? One enemy has been destroyed! One enemy has been destroyed!
Somebody help me!
I'm out of ammo! Enemy down! Woohoo! Nice work!
Gotta make sure I'm actually sort of keeping an eye out for that.
They're huge!
I hit! They got me with their acid! Help! Help! Ow.
Die! They got one of our own! I'm reloading! Cover me! I'm hit! I'm reloading! Someone cover me! Alright, I've been hit. How do you like that? Oh yeah! Captain! How do you like that? They got me! Like the taste of my bullets?
You know, I do wonder.
They're too big! I'm out of ammo! Cover me! Leave it to me, buddy!
Would actually make these missions easier.
Come this way and I'll kill you! The enemy is coming! Somebody cover me! Leave it to me, buddy!
Give bugs new places to eventually crawl on.
Come on! Fire! Leave it to me, buddy!
Force you to.
It's working! Fire!
Shift your aim.
Fire! Don't worry, I'll do it! I can hit these things with my eyes closed! Behind you! Watch your back! Leave it to me! I'll pump you full of lead! Come on!
Probably.
me some ammo. Leave it to me, buddy. I can hit these things with my eyes. Oh, yeah. How do you like that?
Damn it. My mouth.
I spent all my bullets. Reload. Somebody cover me. Yeah.
Behind you. Watch your back.
Yeah.
All right. Leave it to me.
Yeah. Honestly, I haven't seen a ton of armor drops in this mission.
I can hit these things with my eyes closed.
Ah! Die!
I'll pump you full of lead. I'm reloading.
That did the trick!
All right.
I'll handle this!
Roger that. Give me some ammo. That's impossible. I can hit these things with my eyes closed. Leave it to me, brother.
Someone! They're too big! I killed him!
Come on.
Fire like that!
All right. I'm out of ammo. Give me some. Cover me. Leave it to me, brother. Leave it to me, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm reloading.
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up to 2 weapons at once. The number of weapons you can choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
This is almost too easy. But that's probably just because I've already played through it on, other higher difficulties. And got more health and better weapons.
Select a location to save your
But even
game.
so, like, I was able to get through.
Think
the
long and
first
hard
7
about which
missions
weapons
on
you'll take into
hard.
battle. You can only take 2 with you, so it's a good idea to carry 2
maybe
different types for
couple
select a stage. Select initiating operations.
Keep going! Yes, sir!
This is HQ. It looks like these aliens are feeding off humans. They're a herd of people-eating monsters. We can't let them have their way. Troops, you must eliminate them all. Bugs! Bugs all over the city! They'll get here any second! Ah! Help! Ah!
What the heck is going on with this grenade? That really does not have good range at all. It seems like a... Seems not very useful to me. Granted, most of the grenades don't seem all that useful to me. Seems to deal a lot of damage, though.
I'll handle this!
Yes, sir!
Totally just try and use that.
One enemy down!
Enemy down!
Good job.
Kill! Come on!
Who's next?
Fire!
Potentially be a good
I'm
idea.
reloading.
Do it yourself!
That did the trick!
I will defeat it.
Behind you! Watch your back!
Overall, you
Leave it
I
to
can
me!
hit these things with my eyes
Just-
closed.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
One enemy has been destroyed! We can't reach him from here!
Give me some ammo.
I'm reloading!
can't.
Cover me!
Yeah, you're welcome. I'll pump you full of lead.
One shot is all I
They're
need!
huge!
They're coming. Don't let your guard.
HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 4 is in combat with the aliens. Get over there now.
Closer.
I'm ready to shoot when you are.
Get ready to fire.
Yes, sir!
They're coming. Don't let your guard down. I'll pump you full of lead. Reload failed. Somebody cover me. Yeah, you're welcome. Damn it.
Fire! Follow the captain! Damn it! I will go with
I'll
you.
join your ranks. Well,
Kill them all!
I'm reloading! Someone cover me!
all right. I can stop you with one shot.
They're headed this way!
Straight ahead.
It's hard to.
We're with you on this one.
You wouldn't exactly
I'll
really be
pump
able
you
to
full of
guarantee the
I don't like
actual
running.
bullets fired from any kind of typical-ish gun would really be enough to do anything to them.
Come here, see what I got. That's it. Just a little closer. They're headed this way. They're too big. I can stop you with one shot. Destroy. Bullseye.
Well, I'll just have to do better! Reload failed! Somebody cover me!
I can't like that. Want to taste
Well,
my
I'll
bullets?
just have to do better!
All right.
Maybe
Die! I did it! Bravo! I got it! I'm out of ammo! Cover me!
I'm out! Reloading!
Somebody cover me!
Yeah!
Like the taste of my bullets? What the hell is that?
Right
behind you!
Weapon, armor, health, lots of health. Okay.
No sign of the
Where the
enemy,
hell
sir.
did it go?
And
No
now we
enemies
go this
here.
way. To deal with more enemies. Hooray!
Coming, they're coming this way! The bugs are coming out of that UFO! Can't see enemy is out of range! They're coming this way! Enemy down! Ammo! Where's the ammo? Take that! Take that! They're huge! Somebody cover me!
All right! I'm reloading!
Got one!
Come on, you sissy!
Enemy down! I'm out of ammo! Give me some! All right! I'm reloading! Cover me! Yeah!
I'm reloading! Cover me!
All right!
Leave it to me! Don't back down!
Got one!
Damn
Did you
it,
see?
I'm out!
Woohoo!
I'll join your ranks! How do you like
You're
that?
too big!
I'm reloading! Cover me! Leave it to me! I'm reloading!
Got
Cover
one!
me. I can't do that right now!
This just in. The Ravagers are deploying giant bugs all over the world. The bugs are moving around and attacking everything in their path. Anyone living in the following danger zones must evacuate as instructed.
Got one! Please, just leave it to me! Behind you! Watch your back! All right! Come on! Reload!
Oh, hey, look at that. I'm sorry, weapons burner? What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 health. Seriously, what is this weapons burner?
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up to 2 weapons at once. The number of... Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Gas burner for welding? What? Damage negligible. Ha! Okay. Capacity of 60, rate of fire 4 per second. What? Like, the acid gun actually seems at least somewhat useful. But just... basically a welding torch. Okay. Oh, yeah. Maybe next mission I'll use the sniper rifle. Save.
Select a location to save your game.
Hey, I got 12 more stamina.
Select your weapons before deployment.
Mission.
Select a mission.
Or at least from the last time I saved.
Select a going into combat.
For that mission or the one before it.
The Air Force is about to make a strike on the Ravagers. They'll take care of the enemies in the sky, and we'll take care of the ones down here.
These bugs are our enemies. Don't let a single one get away. You got that?
Yeah! Move forward! Yes, sir!
Oh, geez, that went even further than I thought.
Get ready to fire! Like the taste of my bullets?
A major attack is being prepared against the Ravagers. The EDF is concentrating all its forces to attack the mothership.
Cover me! All right. I'm reloading. I'm reloading. That's impossible. Don't forget your training. Keep firing.
Sir!
Sir, sir, sir.
Take aim!
Yes, sir.
Dang, those grenades actually go really far.
Here come the Ravagers' gunships! They're almost blocking out the sky!
It's actually surprisingly good.
Come on!
I remember it being something that I picked up on a lower difficulty.
Don't let your guard down! Draw them close. Here they come! Don't want to waste your bullets. The enemy is coming!
It's no use! The EDF's EJ-24 fighter jets are dropping like flies!
One shot is all I need!
Ah!
Let me shoot! Let me shoot! Don't get scared now. Be alert!
All right. Leave it to
No
the
signs
eyes of the enemy, sir.
All right. No sign of the enemy, sir.
Maintain attack formation.
Coming in.
I understand.
Three.
Let's show them what the storm team is made of. Leave
Which way
it
is
to
the
me.
enemy?
Are you
B
scared?
formation.
That's not
Yes,
true.
sir.
No enemies.
The Air Force has been annihilated. The gunships are heading this way. All troops, retreat! Retreat!
Move! We're retreating!
We've got to get out of here or we're
Holy
toast.
cow, there's
Move
a
it, boys!
drop all the way up
Run!
there?
I can't keep up!
How? Why? Did one of my grenades really just go
Let's get out of here! What's going on? They wiped out the Air Force! The gunships are coming this way! All troops fall back. Enemy gunships are approaching. Retreat immediately. HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 25 has been intercepted by enemy gunships. Get over there and back them up immediately. This is Ranger 25. We're under fire from enemy gunships. We're all dead if we don't get some backup right now. Ranger 25, Storm 1 is en route to your location. Hold your positions. Roger that. What the? It appears Storm 1 is engaged in combat with the enemy. Requesting permission to head there with reinforcements. Permission granted. Get there ASAP. It's a flying saucer! A UFO right in the sky! What should I do? Where can I hide?
Someone cover the gun! Yes, sir! That's it! Keep it up! Reloading! They're headed this way! Man out! The enemy wants to surround us!
out of range.
Roger that!
Picking stuff up now.
Take aim!
Roger, a little closer!
Don't forget to watch your back!
Fire! I can't!
Maybe should have done that sooner.
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up to 2 weapons at once. The number of weapons you can choose from is small at first, but that will increase as you find new weapons during the game. Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Seems better overall. I mean, slightly less damage, slightly lower blast area, slightly higher reload time, but got like triple the capacity, and what, like 3 3/4 times the rate of fire? Oh, but that's right. I still have to try out this sniper rifle.
Select a location to save your game.
Although I'm about to get into
Think
a mission
long and
with
select a
stuff,
mission.
aren't I? But it's
Select going into combat.
Oh yeah, real quick.
Take a look at this.
Get ready for battle! Yes, sir!
Yes, sir!
Sorry. Okay, real quick. I recently put in so I recently made like a little short video that I put on like all of my socials. TikTok in particular. Okay, so the short video is a clip from playing through Portal 2. And literally, I kid you not, I got a notification from an account going by Cave Johnson, who is supposed to be like a character within the broader Portal lore. That's kind of funny. Anyway. Also, good grief. That video has already gotten 1,400 views on TikTok. started this stream, it's up near 1,000 on YouTube. Daggum. Anyway, okay.
Those gunships are going to attack any second now!
Oh, jeez. As much as those enemies move,
The enemy is
snipers
coming.
Fire!
Yes, sir!
The enemy is over there! Get ready! In the air!
Yes, sir!
In the air!
close-ish.
Watch your back!
It's impossible.
There's so many of them!
Say it out! Die!
I'm out of ammo. Reload and reload for me.
Leave it to me! Reload! Give me ammo!
Do it yourself.
Give me some ammo!
Mostly, you know.
Can't reach it from here.
Damn it! Somebody cover me! Leave it to me! One enemy has been
The enemy is coming!
That's
I'm
what
out.
the enemy is over
Reloading.
there!
Here comes the next wave!
We can't reach them from here! They're coming!
We're headed this way.
Closer than fire!
Don't waste your bullets.
I'll pump you from the left! Come this way and I'll kill you!
I'm reloading. I've got the money to back.
Ammo! Give me ammo!
They're too big!
I'm out of ammo. Give me some.
We can't reach them from here! Leave it to me!
Particularly helpful.
The enemy is out of
Way
range.
and I'll kill you!
Kill me next week!
Come this way.
Spend all my bullets! Reloading, kid! Reload it! Give me ammo!
Leave it to me.
They're coming!
Sir, yes, sir.
Bring someone! Cover the ammo!
Where's the fire at will? Sir, yes, sir.
They're coming! Don't let your guard down!
That's it!
Just a little closer. How do you like that?
I'm pretty sure on easy, I could just, like, stand around and do nothing.
Come here, see what I got.
And I'd still clear the mission just because all my allies.
There's a UFO flying above the city! Do something already!
Take that!
Take that, you monsters! Cover me! Someone cover the line! I will do it! Damn it! I'm out! Cover me! The enemy wants to surround us!
Yes, sir.
That's it! Good job!
Did you see?
I'm out of ammo. Got me.
Don't worry, I'll do it!
Why did we have to get mission clear, like, right when a bunch of the armor dropped?
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up to 2 weapons at once. The number of weapons you can choose from is small at first, but that will increase as you find new weapons. Select a stage.
Next mission is takedown again.
Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Weapon that I have not tried. Aside from the burner, which is just... You know what? Fine. Just to have it there. For funsies. And then I'll have this...
Select a
this
location to
awesome sniper
save your
rifle,
game.
so-
Select your weapons before deployment. You can carry up to 2 weapons at once.
Start
The
mission.
select a mission.
Takedown.
Select initiating operation.
Don't care about the little scene there.
Let's give these Ravagers a welcome they'll never forget!
Holy cow, is that UFO already done
They're
for?
coming out of that UFO!
Granted, this is easy.
HQ! Come in, HQ! Our attacks are useless! The UFO shell is too strong!
I'm curious if that
worth
did
the
any
medal.
kills at all.
Give me a hand!
Oh,
The shell of the UFO is protected by a special shield. It is impossible to destroy it, and we are analyzing it for any weaknesses.
They're still out of range.
Cover me!
Take aim.
Yeah! Kill!
Don't break formation.
Sir! Yes,
We'll
sir.
join under your command.
Yeah! How do you like that?
HQ to all troops. The enemy spacecraft's armor is extremely thick and cannot be penetrated by our weaponry. However, all seemingly strong defenses must have a weak point. Find that weak point.
Sir! Yes, sir!
trying to get the pickups.
Enemy down!
Mission cleared already.
I'm
Told you
reloading.
that sniper was good.
Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take into battle.
Now,
You
to
can
maybe
only
this a
take
bit
2
more
with you,
seriously,
so it's a good idea to carry 2 different types for versatility.
So here's a thought.
Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
If I go with the sniper, tell you what, I might actually use that sniper rifle as weapon 2, and then have one of these assault rifles here as weapon 1. Or I could go with one of the shotguns. Buffalo Chief 3, Sparrow Shot, 21 by 10. Buffalo G1, only 19 times 10. Seems like really the Buffalo G3 would be the way to go if I was going to use a shotgun. Alright.
Select a
Just to show
stage.
you how much
Select a
difference
difficulty. Initiating operations.
difficulty can make. I just did that mission on easy. Now I'm gonna go back to doing it on hard. And I might also try and like farm some, you know, pickups and stuff from it.
Let's give these Ravagers a welcome they'll never forget! Stand your ground! Bugs are coming out of that UFO!
If I can. Doesn't look like I can.
The enemy is out of range! Come on!
HQ! Come in, HQ! Our attacks are useless! The UFO shell is too strong!
Roger that! Leave it to me, brother! Ammo! Give me ammo!
The shell of the UFO is protected by a special shield. It is impossible to destroy it, and we are analyzing it for any weaknesses.
Don't forget your training! Keep firing!
Roger, roger.
Farm like the weapons and ammo and stuff like that.
HQ to all troops. The enemy spacecraft's armor is extremely thick and cannot be penetrated by our weaponry. However, all seemingly strong defenses must have a weak point. Find that weak point.
The collapsed ship left some item drops over here. Okay. I am really far away from all the action now. Which means my comrades are probably in a little bit of trouble.
HQ to all troops. We have found the spacecraft's weak point. That point is the craft's underside hatch. When the hatch opens, focus all your attacks on that point. I repeat, focus all attacks on the hatch the moment it opens.
Who's next? Fire! Fire! Kill them all! Who's next? That did the trick!
Wanna taste my bullets?
Give me ammo!
Got one. No, sir. Bravo.
They're coming!
I'm out. Reloading.
Let them have it!
Yes, sir.
The enemy is...
We'll join you. I'll pump you full of lead! Somebody cover me!
Come this way and I'll kill you. I'm out of ammo. Give me some.
Come on, you sissies! Fire!
One enemy has been destroyed!
Got one.
Fire! Fire! Leave it to me! Oh yeah! How do you like that?
Spent all my bullets. Reloading.
Locked on my allies.
Die!
Difficult.
I'm burning to the bitter end!
Damn it!
I
Hang
should
in
be
there!
able to
Don't back down!
force the UFO to collapse.
I got the one in the back!
All right. It's working.
Fire!
Kill!
Fire! All right, leave it to me!
I'm reloading! Cover me!
I will do it.
I got it!
No, you don't! That's worth a medal.
They're coming! Straight ahead!
Weapon drop over here.
Yeah!
I'm out!
I got one!
Well, I'll just have to do better. All right.
I'm reloading!
There.
Let's get to work!
Sir, yes, sir.
UFO's back over this way. Okay.
Right behind you.
Bunch of enemies.
They're coming! Take aim!
Sir, yes, sir.
How do you like
Don't
that?
back down! Get information!
Yes, sir. Go
I
to
need
hell.
ammo. Give me some!
Somebody cover me.
Yes, sir! Yeah, you're welcome!
Oh, I think my allies are actually trying to shoot the
Awaiting orders to fire.
hatch of the UFO.
Let's get to work!
Sir, yes, sir.
Move forward. Don't let them see you.
Yes, sir.
Get ready to fire!
Sir, yes, sir.
I don't think it's too far
closer.
Give me a hand! Don't worry, I'll do it.
Let him have it!
You, sir.
Somebody cover me!
They're coming.
I'll
Straight
defeat it.
ahead. Reloading.
Yeah, also, this game
Run,
can be too
run!
clear. I wonder
Yes,
if that
sir.
would make it in.
Right behind you.
I don't see this being a game that would adjust how many enemies it gives you
I'm ready to
because
fight.
of, you know, having another player in the mix.
Be formation!
I understand.
I mean, no guarantees on that. It just, I don't know.
Oh, yes, sir. They're coming.
Some of the stuff, especially on the is,
Give me a hand over here. I got one.
seems like it would be a really
Wants to surround us!
when you
Yes,
add
sir.
a player.
Give me some ammo!
I'm out of ammo. Cover me.
Really, that
Don't worry, I'll do it. See how you like this?
that helps nobody.
Just a scratch.
I got one.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Give me some ammo! Come
can't
on,
do
show
that.
them what we're made of!
Ah! I'll handle this.
Roger.
Occasionally, combinations of dialogue ends up being sort of like.
You don't
Next
want to
dude,
waste
I
your
can't do
bullets.
that.
Reload!
Reload it.
Save me.
Take that down.
Cover me!
Please, just leave it to me.
Item drops lately. Definitely not much of anything helpful. I might just end this now. Alright.
One shot is all I need. Woohoo! Got one! I got the one in the back!
Reload all my bullets! Reloading!
I'm the crater that you
I did it.
so I can get
One enemy has been
pick up the
destroyed!
items left.
Somebody get him!
I will do it. They're coming.
Hello. Armor. Armor.
The enemy is coming!
I guess that was it. Okay.
The enemy is coming.
I'm reloading! Someone
Don't let
cover
your
me!
guard down!
That's impossible. Oh yeah. How do you like that?
Really focused on getting the drop.
I'm reloading!
Like the taste of my bullets?
Yeah! Alright!
Okay, mission
That's
clear.
it! Keep it up!
Alright, let's see how much I got out of that. Ooh, hello. AF-18 assault rifle. Wide shot VR shotgun. C-24 bomb. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 armor. Nice.
Select a difficulty before starting. Choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
8 capacity. 26 times 20 damage. Accuracy is a B. Range is 72. 4-second reload time. Buffalo G3 definitely seems better still. I shotguns. C-24 bomb. 25. A special sabotage bomb. This model has high firepower but is very heavy in exchange, making it impossible to set except right in front of you. Set with the fire button, then detonate with the zoom activate button. Huh. That could definitely be a trap sort of thing. But still, I feel like for the mission I've been having trouble with, well, now seeing how much that one sniper rifle can do, I kind of almost get a feeling it really should just be that sniper and I don't know, maybe even the current weapon combination would be good.
Select a location to save your game.
8 is just that, like,
Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take into battle. You can choose your weapons. You may equip up to 2 weapons at once.
Why not VR? And then the C-24 bomb. No, okay. Kinda almost wondering if I was
Select a stage.
at this mission.
Select a difficult. Initiating operation.
If all this stuff that I've done has made a difference. Because, I mean, hey, if I clear it, then, like I said before, I can always go back and redo it.
The aliens are attacking civilians. All teams, search out and destroy them all. Approaching. If they arrive, we may not be able to stop them.
Oh, no! Don't worry, I'll do it. Exterminate the enemy! Yeah! All right! Nice work! They're too big! Got one! Give me some ammo! Somebody get it! I will defeat you! Destroyed! I can't destroy! I'll save you! Just don't give up! Thanks for coming. I'll cover!
This is HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 3 and Ranger 5 are in combat with the enemy. Get over there right away. All teams, meet up before the enemy spacecraft arrive.
Take this! Somebody cover me! Leave it to me! Reload! Reload failed! Hold the trigger! Shoot the enemy! Like the taste of my blood! Reload failed! Somebody cover me! I'm defeated! I can't do that right now! I said reloading! That's the trick! One enemy has been destroyed! I'm reloading! Good job! Cover me! Yeah! Don't forget to watch your back! I will defeat you! Obliterate the enemy! Watch your back! Yeah, you're welcome! Who's next?
Team up with Ranger 3 and Ranger 5 before the large spacecraft arrive. Combine your power and focus all attacks on the large spaceships.
I'm reloading! Let him have it! Yes, yes, sir! I'm out of ammo! Give me some! I'm out of ammo! Behind you! Watch your back! Don't forget your training! Keep firing! Who's next? I got one! That did the trick!
Leave it to me.
Calm down. Somebody get in! You
I'll
like
do
that? Die!
I'm out. Reloading. They're headed over here.
This is HQ to Storm 1. Good job. Next, meet up with Ranger 5.
Oh, jeez.
Run, run, run!
More. Yeah.
Bad on health.
They're coming! Get me! Ready to fire!
Roger. Roger.
Come this way and I'll kill you! Take aim!
Yes, sir. The enemy is coming.
It's working! Fire! 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 Forward! Reload! Reload failed! Come this way and I'll kill you!
Thanks for coming. This mission is difficult on our own. We'll back you up from here.
Yeah! Die!
Give me a hand!
Die!
Send them all to hell! I'm out
Yes,
of
sir!
ammo.
Fire!
Fire! Sir! Yes, sir! I'm reloading! Cover me!
You can't reach
Do
them
it
from here!
yourself! They're still out of range! Take aim!
You monsters!
I'm reloading! Cover me!
I'm reloading!
Damn it, I'm out! Fan out! The enemy wants to surround us!
Watch yourself!
Give me a hand over here!
They're coming!
Yes, sir! I got spent on my bullets! Let him have it! Roger!
Someone coming!
My armor's been damaged! I'll save you! Just don't give up!
Bravo!
Cover me!
Leave it to me!
They got sir!
I won't let any more of my men die! How do you like that? Right formation! All right!
Kill!
Reload it! Reload!
I mean, in my defense, he kind of stepped in the line of where I was already shooting.
Back to formation!
Yes, sir!
Armor drop.
Hey, you still alive, right? Come,
Sir! Yes, sir!
There's too many!
They're coming! Straight ahead!
The enemy is over
Aim!
there!
Aim!
Get ready!
Don't waste your ammunition!
Sir, yes!
The mothership has arrived.
Now for the UFOs. Great.
I could hit these things with my eyes closed!
I doubt it. Okay, so there's one over there.
Attack!
Let's go!
me! Yes,
Somewhere
sir!
that I
Yes,
can't
sir!
see the hatch.
Now!
Come and get
They're
me!
coming!
Yeah, I can
They're huge! How can you miss?
I got it! Yes, sir! Don't forget your training!
Don't let your guard down!
Yes, sir!
Who wants to be next? I'm out!
I'll handle this! Yes, sir!
Give me some.
This is the latest update from the front lines. The Ravagers have increased their ferocity and destroyed the world's air forces. However, the EDF ground forces have engaged the enemy in a street battle. They have managed to take down alien carriers over Tokyo, delivering a crippling blow to the Ravagers' forces.
You see all this, right? I was shooting the shotgun. Oh man. Ugh. This is ridiculous. See, if I could just maybe figure out where these dropships actually end up, I could pretty much immediately be able to just shoot them like crazy. I mean, I did a bunch there, but still, it's, man. Okay. So I didn't really use
Select
the
a
shotgun
difficulty
that much.
before starting. Choose your weapons.
I'm gonna try
You may equip up to 2 weapons at
making
once.
a sniper rifle one, and then maybe picking a rocket launcher for the other type. Stingray M2. You know, kind of think of it. Oh yeah, there was that. I totally forgot about that weapon. Range is only 80 meters, but more damage, more rate of fire. Okay, so maybe instead of the shotgun, I'll try using this.
Select a mission. Select a difficult going into combat.
Okay, this mission is hard.
The aliens are attacking civilians. All teams, search out and destroy them all.
This is an emergency. A fleet of UFOs is approaching. If they arrive, we may not be able to stop them.
Go to hell! Take that! Take that! I'll cover you! Reload failed! Nice work! Yeah! Go back down!
Thanks for coming. This mission is difficult on our own. We'll back you up from here.
Nice! Got one! Did you see? I need ammo! Reload failed! Somebody cover it! You got me!
This is HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 3 and Ranger 5 are in combat with the enemy. Get over there right away. All teams, meet up before the enemy spacecraft arrive.
Bullseye! I'm out of ammo! Ammo! Give me ammo! Behind you! Watch your back! Leave it to me, brother! Behind you! Watch your back! Leave it to me, buddy! Leave it to me! God! Ammo! Where's the ammo? God! It got me! It got me! I'm out! Reloading! See how you like this? Let him have it! Let him have it! I'm
Sir! Yes, sir! I can hit these things with my eyes closed!
Cover me!
Ammo! Where's the ammo?
The corpse of this.
It's working! Fire! Fire! Do it yourself! Send them all to hell!
Team up with Ranger 3 and Ranger 5 before the large spacecraft arrive. Combine your power and focus all attacks on the large spaceships.
My armor's damaged! This isn't looking good! Armor damaged! You're not dying before me!
Roger that, sir! Oh, yeah!
Wanna
How do you
taste
like
of my
that?
bullet? I'm reloading! Come on! Armor damaged! Damn it!
Damn it! Damn it!
Are you alright? Been killed! Hey! Are you alright?
We have the casualty!
Don't waste it!
Well, that idea didn't go so well. Trying to go into the heart of battle to keep my allies alive. Means I'm in even bigger trouble later on.
This is HQ to Storm 1. Good job. Next, meet up with Ranger 5.
Jeez. Still kind of wish there was a run button.
How do you like that? Whoever makes the most kills goes out there. I'm looking forward to it. Good job. How do you like that? Don't give up. It's working. Fire. They got one of our own. Ammo. Where's the ammo? Armor damage. I won't let you die before me. Roger. Take this.
Hope they're moving over this way. Okay. Really got myself this
We're up against a powerful enemy. We should join our forces.
Come on! Show what we're made of! Yes, sir! That's the trick! Good boy! I got one! Good job! I'm out of ammo! How do you like that? Ammo! Where's the ammo? Fire! Fire! Yes, sir!
The mothership has arrived.
Keep firing! Roger! Ammo! Where's the ammo? Run! Run!
Roger that.
Don't
Run
focus
behind
on that
you!
one. Why do you show me that one? I want to focus on the other one.
They're coming! You like that? Die! 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 The enemy! Hey, you're still alive, right? Sir, I need ammo! Relay, sir! Yeah!
This is the latest update from the front lines. The Ravagers have increased their ferocity and destroyed the world's air forces. However, the EDF ground forces have engaged the enemy in a street battle. They have managed to take down alien carriers over Tokyo, delivering a crippling blow to the Ravagers' forces.
I need ammo! Give me some! I'm out! Reloading!
do in a situation like that? Like, come on! And this is why I wanted to try and grind some more stuff in this game. Like, holy guacamole. Yeah, I don't know if there's really a better weapon combination that I could go into it with either. My only other thought was, like, if I wanted to try and get rid of the dropships sooner, maybe use a rocket launcher instead. But even that, like, the trouble with that idea is then there's less room for error because you don't get as many shots off. Ugh. Like, if the game wasn't so stupid with having me focus on one dropship, meanwhile the other one is just straight up, you know, on top of me, practically. And this is only the middle difficulty of the game. So I don't know, man. This is... Okay. I'm gonna give it another try.
The aliens are attacking civilians. All teams, search out and destroy them all.
I've been hit! Armor damage!
This is an emergency. A fleet of UFOs is approaching. If they arrive, we may not be able to stop them.
Just a scratch. Just a scratch. Cover me! Please, just leave it to me! Cover me! Leave it to me, brother. I've been hurt. Enemies down! Shoot the enemy!
This is HQ to Storm 1. Ranger 3 and Ranger 5 are in combat with the enemy. Get over there right away. All teams, meet up before the enemy spacecraft arrive.
Hi! Who's next? Ammo! Where's the ammo? Fire! They're headed over here! Yeah, all right! Somebody cover me! Don't worry, I'll do it! See how you like this? Ah! One enemy has been destroyed! I'm reloading! Cover me! All right! I've got the one in the back! Before me! That's important! Yes, sir! I'll handle this! Roger that, sir! Destroy! They're huge! Give me some ammo! The enemy is out of range! I'm reloading!
Team up with Ranger 3 and Ranger 5 before the large spacecraft arrive. Combine your power and focus all attacks on the large spaceships.
These things with my eyes closed! They're headed this way! We can't reach them from here! That did the trick! Whoa, whoa! That's it! A little closer! Ah! Die! Die! They're coming! I'm out! Take game! I'm reloading! Cover me! I can't!
It seems like that one group to say group, but it seems like it's just one dude that's over here. Friggin' rocket launcher or something.
Give me some! Damn it! Oh, no, you don't! Damn it! The enemy's pretty tough!
This is HQ to Storm 1. Good job. Next, meet up with Ranger 5.
Okay, maybe if I intentionally go to the left here and kind of stay that way, I might have a better chance at actually getting to the UFO that it forces me to focus on.
Just a scratch.
That's rather unfortunate. This gun's actually pretty good at clearing out the enemies at closer range. I think right around here is where it's gonna make its drop. Speaking of drops, or does it just... I'm starting to think it just brings them to some location based on wherever you are at the moment. Okay, come on. Look.
This is the latest update from the front lines. The Ravagers have increased their ferocity and destroyed the world's air forces. However, the EDF ground forces have engaged the enemy in a street battle. They have managed to take down alien carriers over Tokyo, delivering a crippling blow to the Ravagers' forces.
just have a better idea. Oh, okay. Let's go. Okay. Allies still alive. Okay, hang on. With all the stuff that's been dropped, I really kind of want to pick up a bunch of this stuff, if I can. Seriously, what the heck are those allies doing? They're way back there, completely removed from the action. Like, what are they even good for? Okay, working our way over here, where one of the drop ships fell. Picking up some armor stuff. Weapon drop. I thought that was another armor thing over there, but nope. Where did you come from? Alright. Because you could be annoying. Alright. Other one drop. It's not giving me any. It's not giving me any item symbols. Kind of to my left. So now I'm gonna look around here. Fortunately, one single bug on its own doesn't exactly have the best aim. Anything that I would like in this mess? Maybe this is where the other dropship fell? Health pickups, more health, a lot more health. Okay. Anything else up this way? I am totally just keeping this one bug alive, purely for the purpose of being able to search the loot. Okay, another weapon drop there. I'm pretty sure I already looked at most of the stuff over that way. I'm gonna assume that's a yes. Anything else I missed over this way? Anything I want. Thought I missed open this way. Hey, more armor.
We can't reach him from here. The enemy is out of range.
Hey, yeah, these guys. We kept talking about enemies out of range. Yeah, well, if you'd move
Don't waste your bullets.
toward the enemy.
They're coming this
Come
way.
this way and I'll kill you. Die!
Oh, it's up there.
I got one.
Hey.
Yeah.
Some shocking news has just come in. The EDF 7th Division, stationed in Peking, has been annihilated. The Far East Division was apparently demolished by an army of robots. It appears the Ravagers have unleashed an army of terrifying fighter robots to put an end to the valiant efforts of the EDF.
Mission cleared. Woohoo! Finally. Only took me like 20 tries in total. Holy cow. 2, 4, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 29 health. 29 armor pickups. Holy cow. Oh, yay. I got another grenade. Whoop-de-doo. The grenades kind of stink, so I don't care.
Think long and hard about which weapons you'll take into
man.
battle. You can only take 2 with you, so
that
it's a
was
good idea
ridiculous.
to carry 2 different types for versatility.
Turns out, all I needed to do was give him the old ring around the rosy treatment. Oh, man. What's the
Select
next
a mission.
I was gonna say, that's not the last one, is it? Given that it's got the, like, up arrow indicator there, I'm guessing not. Well, alright. With my, triumphant victory over the
Save
mission that
current
gave me so
game
much
data.
trouble, it seems like it
Select your
might
weapons
be
before deployment.
a
You
good
can
enough
carry up to
spot
2 weapons at
to end the
once.
stream.
The number of weapons you can choose from is small at
man.
first, but
Now
that
I'm
will
gonna have to
increase
try
as you
and
find new
replicate
weapons during the game.
That
There are
effort.
many different weapons,
For an
so do
actual
your best to
recording.
find them all.
Well, shoot, I could just do it again with the same kind of strategy. And, you know, maybe, I mean, I've got more stamina now, so it should even be slightly easier. But anyway, oh man, I'm just glad to be done with that. Okay, so, yeah, thanks for tuning in to the stream. I think that's gonna wrap it up for the night. Hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you subscribe or follow, depending on the platform you're on, to not miss future live streams and whatnot. I'll definitely be back next Saturday. Not entirely sure how next Thursday is going to go. We'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, hopefully I'll see you soon. Whatever the case is, till next time, stay cool, everybody.